Hello and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. This week we have Ken and Mae with us. They are coming from Japan and we are currently preparing some cane. So into the furnace they'll go to pick up another gather. The glass on the end of that rod is just a gather of glass. There's no hole in it. There's no place to blow into this rod because we're using this glass to pull out cane. The cane is here on the ground and it's going to be stretched across these ladders. The cane is important because we will use it to weave together. So we're going to lay some pattern. We're going to add some pattern to this piece of cane. We're going to make it into a triangle shape and then rotate that triangle. So it's an experiment we're trying out today. I can tell you guys a little bit about the hot shop as you continue to watch the process of pulling cane out. And so everything that we do starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And when you open up that door to the furnace, it's about 2,100 degrees, so it's very hot. Glass is very viscous, so it contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate inside of that oven. Daria's over at the pipe cooler, so when the pipe starts to get a little bit warm, she'll just water it off. And once again, we have Ken and Mae with us. They are visiting artists, and so there you can see that Gabe is laying the hot glass into the triangle divot that's been put into that board there. And then we'll rotate this as we spin it out. So Daria's preparing the opposite side of this cane that'll be pulled and stretched across the ladders here on the ground. If you look here, the cane is that has been pulled. There's been a lot of cane pulled, so it's all here and it's chopped down. It's kind of like it's woven. It's glass that's been woven together through different patterns that have been pre-baked inside of the oven there. Can we please see some of Ken and Mae's past work? And so if you look up on the big screen here, you'll be able to see how the glass has been woven together and fused. And so there's some past works. Okay, so now we have the triangle and rotated pattern. And this is how cane is pulled out. The glass is really, really hot. So as they continue to stretch across the room, it'll just stretch out, kind of like taffy. You won't be. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. We have Ken and Mae here for their residency. Right now we are pulling cane, and the cane later will be woven into pattern. It's all glass fused down and rolled up or just rolled together into a shape. So after the cane is pulled, it's chopped and it's laid across these ladders here. And then as you can see, the cane that's cold on the table is used to fuse together. Hello and welcome to the Hot Shop for those of you who are just joining us. We are currently pulling cane. We have Kensuke and Mae here from Toyama, Japan. And so the residency they're, they're here for the visiting artist residency. And so what we're doing currently in the process is we are gathering cane. So cane is pulled from the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And so the glass that Ken has there will be gathered over again and then pulled out. As we pull out the cane here, we chop it down. We have to let it cool down on the ladders, the wooden ladders, and then Mae, as she's doing now, is weaving the glass together. It'll then be fused in an oven. It'll be heated and fused together in an oven. There's a couple cool techniques that we'll do today. We'll roll a clear bubble up into the pattern, so it'll have a really nice orb shape with some additional designs. I love the texture of this process. Can we please see some of the work that Ken and Mai have created? So if you look up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see some of the final pieces they've made. And so now Ken is carving a triangle into a triangle shape into this cane in hopes that when he rotates and pulls it out, he'll be able to create an additional pattern inside of the cane that's being pulled. So as we continue to extract, oh, he'll give it a little quench. He just put it into a bucket of water, cool it down a little bit. Daria is creating a post. The post is what Ken will attach his pattern to of the cane that he would like to pull out. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll be happy to answer them. Yeah, so the hose that he uses to cool down the glass is just a air gun. Nothing's coming out of it. It just makes a lot of noise because it's forced air. So as they begin to stretch, his goal is to keep the triangle pattern and rotate. And then we'll freeze for a moment to let it harden and lay it down. The idea was to control that triangle and rotate it so he could add a different shape to the cane. And then we'll chop this cane down once it cools, and probably after a good amount of these, they'll be woven. And so the glass that you can see that's on the table here has been pulled out and baked. Inside of that oven, there's a rack, and the rack allows for the glass to divot and then come up, divot and come up. And so that's why the glass is so consistent in squiggles. And so they're able to make a lot at one time. They're able to bake a lot down, but the process of pulling all the cane out and cutting it down does take some time. Can we please see the past works that they've created for everyone that just joined us? And so every single piece of cane within this pattern has been pulled and laid together to be fused. So as we continue to take glass from out of the furnace here in the hot shop, there's a process that we must do known as charging the furnace to replenish that 1,000 pounds. Can we please see the charging the furnace to learn a little bit more about the glass? So currently Gabe is sculpting that big gather out into a triangle shape. And so when we rotate the shape, there'll be different rivets inside of the piece of cane that's been laid out across the floor here. Daria is creating a post. The post will attach to the opposite side of this cane that'll be pulled out slowly. We have to prepare all of these pieces of cane so then we're able to weave them into a pattern later. As you can see on the table here, we have patterns that have been weaved, which creates a beautiful surface texture on the glass. Can we please see some of the past works that Kensuke and Mae have produced?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So if you look up on the big screen here, there you'll see some of the patterns that have been fused together and shaped into organic shapes. And so now we have Kin in the middle of the bench here. He's blown out a bubble also, and so he'll just start to clean up that bubble. The glass that is clear and looks a little bit more concentrated as orange will be where that bubble is blown into. So the more glass that we have in a gather, the larger we can blow out a bubble. We have Kensuke and Mae with us from Toyama, Japan. They are here for their visiting artist residency. Noguchi? So he'll go back into the furnace to gather. The furnace is our large ceramic tank and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Gathering into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So as he rotates, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. And so dipping into that furnace is similar to dipping into a jar of honey. And then as he goes over to the pipe cleaner to cool down his pipe, he'll just run some water over it, and that's what he's doing over there. And the more that he gathers, the larger he'll be able to blow this bubble out. I think the best part about today's process is that you get to see the glass in its natural state of just being clear. We're not adding any color to the bubble today. And then he'll go in with his blocks, and as he blocks that, the block is derived from a really big hollowed out sphere of cherry wood. And so we use fruit wood in this part of the world because it's common, popular, and it's super durable. And so as he blocks, it'll start to chill those outer layers, and those inner layers, it'll help stabilize those inner layers even though it's still super hot, but that's okay. Because what we're doing when cold, water or cold meets the surfaces of the hot glass, it's chilling and it's allowing the glass to just mold up a bit faster. Oh, how long do the cane? So this is clear cane that we're twisting out. How long does it take to cool, Gabe? It takes about 10 minutes after we cut them down. So they're able to be used. They just left them sitting there because we don't need them yet. And for those of you who are just joining us, we have Kensuke Takeoka and Mae Noguchi with us from Toyama, Japan. And this is the residency, this is their visiting artist residency this week. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see the studio they work in, as well as some of the finished pieces that have been woven together. The glass that's woven here on the table will be fused, and what that means is it'll be baked up to a temperature in which it'll start to melt together, and then we'll go back over possibly with this bubble that Ken is working on now, and then roll it up, and we'll roll up one of these entire, like basically plates of texture. We have to wait and allow the bubble to cool down before we can add more, because if we continue to just gather hot glass on top of hot glass, it just becomes a little bit of a hot situation that could be uncontrollable. So we have to allow the glass to just get a nice cool layer before we get back into the furnace and gather some more. So the glory hole that we're working in and out of today is the large drum-shaped oven, and the glory hole is about 2,300 degrees. It's also powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. The glory hole, we turn it off at night, and every morning that we start working, we'll come in and we'll light it up. So it takes about an hour to 45. It takes about 45 minutes to an hour to get up to that 2,300 degree mark, and then we'll start working. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand or just holler them at me. My name is Emily. So it's a combination of blown glass and heated glass because this glass is heated up and so they weave it into the pattern, they put it back into one of the kilns, and then they heat it up. And so that's heated glass because it has been pre-created and then heated. And then the blown glass aspect is how they're doing now. So the big bubble that Ken is working on now is the blown aspect, and we're gonna roll up this pattern. So we're gonna roll up this preheated piece, which will add texture. It'll add a different surface texture, and so that's how they combine the two process. So fused glass, which is heated glass, and blown glass, which is created in the hot shop, a big bubble. So he'll go in with his papers to add some more shaping. Papers are just folded up newspaper that are soaked in water. It's as close as you can get to the glass without burning your hand. So it's a very intimate tool used for shaping. We have Kensuke and Mae Noguchi with us here in the hot shop. They're from Toyama, Japan. If you look up at the big screen there, you can see some of their finished works. And what we're doing here on the floor, we're pulling out cane. And so we sculpted this glass into a triangle, and now Gabe is giving it a 360 spin. So we'll have a triangle that's been spiraled, and when we cool this cane down and lay it down, once we lay it down, in about 10 minutes we could re-pick it up, but we don't need it now, so we're just gonna let it cool gradually over time. And then the cane that we'll use to slump will go into this oven here, so it's a kiln. And so the cane is then slumped over kiln shelving. And so what that is, if you could look inside of that kiln, so that's a good, if you look up at the big screen, that's an example of how this cane is cut into cross section and then laid down over, and then they weave the glass in between the pieces of glass, and then we'll fuse it. So we have a lot of these pieces of kiln shelving spaced apart inside of the oven there. So when we lay the cane, it'll slump into the negative spaces. Then we'll refuse it. So when it states that we're doing heated glass and blown glass, so this is our blown glass aspect, and the heated glass is what we have woven. And then we'll bring it up to temperature, fuse it, and then roll it up. So we have another one of these woven pieces that are being brought up to temperature to be rolled around this big clear bubble. So as he holds his hand up, it'll elongate that bubble, which will give us more space away from that jack, away from the end of that pipe. Well, give us some room to carve in a line of tension. Can we please see some of the past works that Ken has created? So Ken will use his jacks to go into the hot glass to carve in a line of tension. And if sometimes you can hear it squeak like that, it'll make that sound if You don't put wax on it, but there are wax on the jacks right now. And so what he's doing is he's pinching his jacks together with a grip so he can carve in a line of tension. This is the reference point of where we're going to detach ourselves from this pipe later. Can we please see a diagram of the jacks? And so you see how the two blades there are inverted, so when you pinch, they'll clamp into the glass, and just as you rotate, they'll carve in a steady, even line. Thank you. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. For those of you who are just joining us, we have Kensuke Takeoka and Mae Noguchi with us from Toyama, Japan. They are creating some heated glass, which is fused and rolled up, which is slumped in a kiln, fused together after they weave some beautiful pattern and some cane within the cross sections, and then they'll roll it up with or without a bubble. Right now, we will roll up a bubble into some of the fused work. For everyone that is just joining us, if you take a look up at the big screen, can we please see some of the past works of Ken and Mae? So Mae is blowing a little bit of air from the air gun, and then, as you can see, Ben rotated that pipe, and with the corks are literally like wine corks, and as they blow it or as they cap the pipe, he'll shape that bubble up with wine corks. They leave minimal residue on the glass for that type of shaping, and it allows really good shaping without totally burning those corks up. We have Kensuke Takeoka and Mae Noguchi, and they are creating a bubble to roll up some heated glass inside of, and so the glass has been slumped over kiln shelves and then woven. After it's woven, it's fused, which means it's brought up to temperature. And so this bubble will be laid over, I believe, two of the woven canes here, so the woven design patterns. So that means they have to lay the bubble inside of one of the kilns once it's up to the precise or the good amount of temperature. So there's a number that it has to get up to as it's being heated up in order for us to pick it up, because all the glass has to be worked around the same temperature to make it work out. So he's using his measuring tool and his calipers to make sure that the diameter and the length is proper before he lays it into one of the patterns here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name is Emily. I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my ability. And we want to give a nice torching to the back of this piece, because this section of the pipe is always the first piece to go in or to come out of the glory hole, and the last piece to go in to get a good flashing. And so the part that we carved in that line of tension also creates a weak point, so we have to be sure that the heat there stays really nice and evenly distributed so it doesn't disconnect the piece.
best way to see his work would be to follow his Instagram or look at him on Instagram. I don't know if you're on Instagram.
That was a really good question she had asked. Do all the visiting artists leave a piece? And yes, they do. So whatever they make, they leave one piece for our collection. The What Are You Looking At exhibit on display is an 18-year relationship between Pilchuck Glass School and the Museum of Glass. And so all those pieces that you'd see on display were made here during the visiting artist residency. But yeah, so you can learn more about visiting artists and their work that's on display. So, for those of you who have just joined us, the process that you're looking at, we're in the middle of creating a bubble, quote unquote. It's a hollowed out space, but this one has been smushed on each side, so it's looking more like an oval shape now that's hollow. Well, then, the beginning of this process starts when cane is pulled. We pulled some cane earlier this morning. The cane is then chopped down. I love that all of the glass is left clear. It's really cool to see the beauty in constructing clear glass together. Some of this glass looks like it was probably sandblasted, though, also. So once the cane is pulled out, then they'll go into the oven here and slump it over kiln shelves so it'll create that divot in the glass. So there's low points and high points. Between those low points and high points, glass will be woven into the middle of those negative spaces. And then, like, this is the beginning of a piece that's being woven, similar to, it's the start of a pattern like this here. Then we'll slump it, then it'll be fused in a shelf here, so brought up to temperature. And it can be rolled, or it can be rolled up, or it can be rolled up with a bubble. Can we please see some of the past work, finished works from Ken and Mai? So Kensuke Takeoka, he is over here in front of Gabe, looking at some of the fused work inside of the kiln shelf there. And he is from Toyama, Japan. And Mae Noguchi is with him, accompanying him. They are creating all of this glass together. They've been here for 2 weeks to prepare for today, because all of this cane can't quite travel with it. It's heavy and it could break. So they have to create it. And then we have our hot shop team. We have Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert. And so the awesome part about coming and being a visiting artist in residency here in the hot shop is that you get to use our team and you get to make a lot of work, and one piece is donated to us and the rest the artist takes home. So yeah, they are visiting us from all the way from Japan. So it's really cool to see the reach that Museum of Glass has on artists, and everyone's welcome. You don't have to be a glass artist to come and work in the hot shop here. So painters come and experiment. Just artists of many mediums come and work here in the hot shop with the team. So cane is glass that has been gathered and then pulled out across these really long ladders. And it's just what we call skinny pieces of glass, so it's cane. Oh, that's a paintbrush. So there's cane here, color, has color in it. There's some pattern cane, so you can add color to it and manipulate the shape. Ribbon, twisted. It's just like candy canes. So, so now we're heating this bubble. As you see, Maye has the fluffy torch. Fluffy torch about 2,500 degrees, so it's super hot. And what Ken is doing is he's put on this Kevlar suit, and we're going to watch what he does, and I'll be sure to let you guys know each part. So now Gabe has his gloves on and he'll open up the door. The door is where one of these woven shelves, woven, I want to refer to it as like a pallet of glass, is laid and it's being brought up to temperature, which means it's probably, so it's 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit inside of this kiln. And once it's brought over, we'll lay this shape into the piece of glass that's been brought up to temperature of 1,300 degrees inside of this kiln. They're communicating with how, about the glass and what temperature he needs it at to be successful to lay it into this woven fused glass that's inside of the shelf. Gabe has a torch to give some more heat to the piece once it's brought over. So we'll bring over this big bubble. Sarah will attach. So we're heating and heating. Sarah has attached a blowpipe. We're laying, the bubble is like the ingredients of a sandwich, and we're sandwiching two shells. And so now we need to run it back to the glory hole. That's a really cool process. Let's give them a round of applause for all that hard work. Wow, that's crazy. And so we're going to fill in the pieces and piece together the fused pieces that were laid. Oh, it's hot, super hot. That glory hole is about 2,300 degrees. And now we're just fusing together those two pieces that were picked up. That is beautiful. spin has to continue to flip the piece because where that jack line was carved, it's just kind of slowly, gravity slowly pulls it down. So as he continues to go and flip it up and then flip it down, flip it up and flip it down, he has to keep it evenly placed on that pipe. That's such a good picture. The goal is to make sure that this bubble and these two slumped and fused shelves are evenly coated around. Sarah will blow into the end of that blowpipe to add some air to that hollowed out space. So we created a bubble. We corked the bubble, we flattened the bubble, and then we picked up each side of the fused glass inside of the kiln there. So we just flipped it and laid it in and then flopped it and laid it down. And so we come out to have this beautiful piece that has two walls that have been laid on it. This gives us really good texture. So she'll continue to expand that bubble inside of the two kiln shelves as everything is seamlessly paddled together by Ken. As that bubble grows, so does the fused glass that has been laid over the bubble. Both of the torches that we're using to keep the perimeter hot are about 2,500 degrees. They're fluffy torches. We cannot concentrate this piece inside the glory hole for an extended period of time. So that's why we have to continue to flash it and make sure that all the to that surface of the bubble. So we're kind of like gluing it together with the heat. So that's why we continue to flash it, bring it out and torch it up. Flash it, bring it out and torch it up. The glory hole is about 2,300 degrees. And so if we were to do an extended amount of heating, then it could potentially get a little too hot inside of the glory hole. And it's so heavy and there's so much glass there that we have to bring it back to chill. We need to come out into the cool air and cool down. Ken is back in the Kevlar suit. This suit is going to protect him from getting burned by the glass, but please remember that this glass is consistently being worked above 1,000 degrees. So although he has on this uniform, he can still feel all that thermal energy radiating through the mittens. So everyone will be positioned in a place to where they're able to put this piece away. We need a really fast path to be, a seamless path so we can run this piece across the room. It's heavy. It's very, very heavy. I couldn't tell you how heavy it is at this moment, but I'll ask. All right, so we'll flash this piece a couple more times. Into the annealing oven, it'll go where Sarah's standing, which is that big black box. It's an oven. And so the glass cools down, so it'll anneal back down to room temperature. So we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line that was carved in earlier with the jacks. A little bit of water, knock it off. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work today. Into the annealing oven, it'll be laid, and then we'll be able to see it tomorrow. Once again, we have Ken and Mae here with us, and the Hot Shop, they're visiting artists for this week. They've been here with us for 2 weeks preparing for today. Can we please see some of their past works that have already been finished? Sorry, we won't be able to see them right now. Yeah, so it has to stay in the oven till about tomorrow around this time. So glass always cools depending upon its thickness. The annealer oven is a computerized, it ramps down over a computerized system over a period of time, and it'll bring the pieces back down to room temperature. We just want to make sure that none of the pieces interfere or intersect with thermal shock because as those inner layers cool and those outer layers chill, when they meet, we have to make sure that they're brought down together over an even amount of heating over a period of time. So those are just big ovens with big timers on them. So all the artists that come and visit as visiting artists, they leave a piece here and they get to take the rest of their work with them. But in currently on display in the "What Are You Looking At" exhibit are visiting artists that have visited the Museum of Glass over time, and they've left a piece for us to keep. And it's an extensive story though, also about 18 years of partnership with Pilchuck Glass School in Stanwood, Washington, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop here. But today we have Ken and Mae, and they are taking just a small break. We just rolled up two of these fused pieces over a bubble. So we put one piece and then another piece on the opposite side with a bubble in between, blew that bubble out, and made sure that the two fused pieces were properly laid over the glass. So it was really beautiful, kind of like an orb with corners on it, corners of texture. So it's really pretty. If you would like to see some more of Kensuke Takeoka's work, you can follow him on Instagram at Kensuke Takeoka _. So we'll get started again in just a moment. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. Thanks for visiting us today here in the Hot Shop. So Daria and Gabe will continue to pull out some cane. The cane is just glass, and we call it cane because it's kind of like candy cane, just without, there's no sugar in it, just glass. So we'll lay it over the ladders here and then cut them down. We'll then slump them with some kiln shells, and so into the negative spaces, the glass will melt, and then we'll fuse that later. And so we'll fuse it and then pick it up, fuse it inside of the big oven, pick it up like a sandwich. So we'll sandwich a bubble, or maybe no bubble. Maybe we'll just roll up the cane and and shape it with the tools and in the glory hole also, with the heat of the glory hole. If you want to learn more about Kensuke's work, or you can see some more of his finished pieces, can we please see some of Kensuke's final work? can we please see the past work that Ken has created again? If you want to see more of Ken's work, go ahead to @Kensuke Takeoka _ on Instagram. So it's similar to this one here, but way more oval and not so um, linear, more oval. So what we're doing now is pulling out cane that has been sculpted into a triangle and then rotated. So that gives us a different pattern on the surface of the glass. So as we continue to pull glass from the furnace here, the furnace is a large ceramic tank and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. Dipping into that furnace is about 2,100 degrees. And so as we continue to pull the glass from the furnace, we have to replenish the stock. So we have to charge the furnace to add more glass. So our hot shop technician does this thing known as charging the furnace. So I can show you a little bit better. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as Gabe continues to gather from the furnace, that's one way that we get more glass. Our hot shop tech charges the furnaces to keep the level of 1,000 pounds up to par. And then in and out of the glory hole he'll go here. The glory hole is a large drum-shaped oven. And we turn the glory holes off at night, so when we're all done working, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used only for reheating, and they're about 2,300 degrees. And so every morning that we come in and work, we light up the glory hole, and then in about 45 minutes to an hour, you're able to work in and out of the ovens. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. We will be headed to lunch in about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll come back around 1 or whatever the time the screen may read. So 1:30, it all depends on what the call is for lunch today. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We have a visiting artist program here at the Museum of Glass, and that's the program that Ken and Mae have come and joined us here in the hot shop, so they get to work with the hot shop team. Artists come from all over the world and all different backgrounds, different art mediums to come and work here in the hot shop. You don't have to be a glass artist to come and work here, but Kensuke Takeoka and Mae Noguchi are both from Toyama, Japan, so it's really cool to see the reach of how exciting it is to work here in the hot shop with the hot shop team. So they've traveled far to come and create their work here. So all of the work created is taken home except for one piece that they give to us to add to our collection. The What Are You Looking At exhibit is in your galleries. The first gallery to your right have been all the artists within that exhibition have worked in the hot shop here as well as Pilchuck Glass School. So it's an 18-year relationship between the hot shop team and the Pilchuck Glass School. And all the art that is in that exhibit was made here in the hot shop with the hot shop team. And if you're familiar with Pilchuck Glass School, it's located in Stanwood, Washington. It's a beautiful place to learn from different artists, take classes, and expand your abilities in glass. So stretching and twisting this cane and walking backwards all at the same time, right? Sounds easier said than done. So doing all of those motions and walking backwards, what's important about this process is that the cane is thin. Oh, burnt his. What's important is that the cane is thin, and so he has to walk backwards fast, twist fast, you know, stretch fast, so that the glass, because the glass is hot and it's chilling rapidly as they're doing all of those motions, making sure it's pulled out to be thin enough is the most important part. So that's the goal. Okay, so we're gonna head to lunch. We'll be back. Be sure to check the reader board. Enjoy the galleries, the glass bridge with the Venetians and the sea forms is out the doors to your right and over the bridge. And so yeah, enjoy yourselves as you peruse the rest of the galleries. We'll be back. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. Today we have Kensuke Takeoka with us, as well as Mae Noguchi, and they're from Tomoyama, Japan. And we're doing a really interesting technique today that consists of multiple process. And so what you can see here on the floor is some cane that we pulled this morning. After the cane is pulled, it's cut down into cross section. And then from there, we'll slump. And so what that means is that we'll put straight pieces of cane into a kiln and we'll slump them so where there will be low points and high points. And so then from the low points and the high points, Mae and Ken, they'll both stand and weave the patterns together, and they'll ream a clear piece of cane between the two spaces that are created when they're slumped in the kiln. Then after that, they'll be put into the furnace and brought up to 1,300 degrees. Once they're brought up, then they'll be folded, or a bubble will be placed on top of them, and then it will be sandwiched. If you look up at the diagram, the images on the big screen, you can see some of their past works. I can tell you guys about how the machines here work here in the hot shop and just give you some background. So everything we do begins in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. So dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey with a spoon. So when the artist rotates that pipe, they get a nice gather of glass at the end of their rod. And when we're creating a piece, we'll blow a bubble to hollow out, the space, to carve out a hollowed out space. The bubble is similar to the shape of a balloon. And to be able to pull this cane, we'll dip into the furnace, and then they'll manipulate the cane and sculpt it up a bit, and then rotate it and lay it over these rods here. And that's what clear glass looks like when it's chilled. And from there, we'll work in and out of the glory holes. The glory holes are a large drum-shaped oven. We turn the glory holes on. We light the glory holes up every morning. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to only reheat the glass, so there's no glass inside of the glory hole. And they get up to about 2,300 degrees. So we light them up in the morning, and in about 45 minutes to an hour, we'll be able to work in and out of the glory holes. So one cool thing about the process is that we have to continue to extract glass from the furnace. So as we continue to take glass from the furnace, we also have to replenish the 1,000 pounds that exist inside of that big oven there. So the furnace is the large silver tank with the black door, and there's a door on it because we don't want anything to get into the glass and contaminate it. So can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn how?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
In just a little bit, we'll begin the process. I will learn what we're doing and then I'll let you guys know the step by step. So just give us a moment. So into the furnace, and he'll rotate, and he'll have a couple gathers, multiple gathers of glass. The glass looks orange because that's what 2100 degrees looks like, radiating heat, thermal energy, and then we'll pull out this cane. And then as they pull the cane out, they lay it over these ladders to cool. It cools rather quickly, but we still leave it there to cut down later. Just gather it all up and then cut it down. So this is how cane is pulled out, and it just creates small stringers, a smaller piece of glass that can be manipulated. And the more he pulls, the thinner it stretches. It's super hot, so they're able to back up across the room and chop the glass off and then cut it into cross section. For those of for those that just joined us, if you look up on the big screen, may I please see some of Kensuke's work, his previous works? Can we please see some of Kensuke's finished pieces? So all of the cane that is pulled will be cut down later and then laid into a kiln. Once it's laid into the kiln, it'll be laid over these kiln brick or these pieces of kiln shelf, so it'll be able to slump down and then have high points, slump down and have high points. So there's a lot of these laid horizontally inside of that kiln. And then once it's baked, and they're finished creating those squiggly cane, then they'll come back and weave the slumped pieces together. So they'll ream a clear piece of glass similar to this cane here on the floor, and they'll ream it in between one another. After that, it'll then be put into the kiln to be heated. Earlier today, we created a really big bubble and we picked up 2 sheets. So one sheet on one side and another sheet on the opposite side, and then we pinched the 4 points together and fused all of that cane into the bubble. And then, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create a collar, a glass collar, and then roll up. We're going to roll up some of this pre-pulled cane. So when we roll it up, it'll make more of a cone shape, or it'll make just a hollowed out space. So it's glass that's being fused together in the fusing kiln. So this process is not done in the hot shop. Some of it is, the beginning of it is, and then the second step is done inside of a kiln. And then after that, we'll bring it back to the hot shop and work it in the glory holes and shape it. Can we please see some of Kensuke's previous works? So we have to wait for this oven to come up to 1400 degrees to be able to pick up some more of these patterns that you see here on your screen. So it's a wait game. It's a waiting game. So aside from our visiting artist program, we also have a lot of different other programs. I think one of the best programs we have is known as Kids Design Class. And so as we encourage artists to come and work in the hot shop, we also encourage kids to design from the age of 12 and below. So we encourage them to create like artists do so they can come with their families, and we'll create one piece that's illustrated similar to the one up here, and then they'll get to take one home. So can we please see the Kids Design Class video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that there's an artist in all of us. I think so, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
All right, so we've gathered over this pipe a couple times. And like I said before, dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So glass is very viscous, and as you rotate, it just adheres to itself. And we're at the part of we're making a bubble, but we're going to make a collar piece to wrap up some of the glass that's inside of the oven. The oven has to get up to about 1400 degrees. And it's this one right here. So we're slowly getting there, slowly and surely getting there. And then, yeah, we'll wrap up some of this woven glass. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Today we have Kin and Mae with us here in the Hot Shop. They're from They're from Japan, and they are creating as a visiting artist here today. And they pulled some cane out, and now they have a bubble that they're creating, and they're turning it into a collar. So as Gabe blows into the end of that blowpipe, then Ken will use his papers to shape. The papers are rolled up newspaper soaked in water. And then it's about as close as you can get to the glass with your hands without burning yourself. I got a really good question is like, just to see the process of how glass gets melted here at the museum. So I'm going to play the video again for our newcomers. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
For those of you who are just joining us, we have Kensuke Takeoka and Mae Noguchi. They are from Japan. They're the visiting artists this week. And as you can see, as we've continued to build, if you look up on the big screen, as we continue to build this collar, we have to work in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is a large drum-shaped oven, and it gets up to about 2300 degrees. It's only used to reheat the glass, so there's no glass inside of that glory hole. So we go in there to flash the glass. We have to keep the glass hot above 1,000 degrees during the process to prevent it from thermal shock. What's cool about today's process is we are not adding color to glass, so you get to see the true essence of what's inside the furnace, just a really large ceramic tank full of glass, clear glass. So we'll prepare ourselves and position ourselves around this oven. And Sarah has a fluffy torch because she needs to be able to torch the glass when they bring it over. She needs to be able to torch this collar. So a collar means it's a bubble that's been blown out, so there's a hollow space, but it's just kind of like a cut, like a slice of glass. There's no actual negative space inside of this collar. So Sarah's gonna put 2,500 degrees worth of a torch on that sheet of glass. So that's the fluffy torch, and they're preparing themselves to bring over this collar and rotate it inside of all the glass that's been heated. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name's Emily, and I'll try my best to answer your questions. So we're almost ready to bring the color over. As Ken puts on his safety gear, he has to put on sleeves and maybe some Kevlar gloves. And then what's cool about visiting artists is that this is the first day of their residency, and they've been here for 2 weeks preparing to create all of these shapes and, I guess, let's just say blown shapes or rolled shapes. And everything that's made here, except for one piece, will go to our collection. But everything else the artist is able to take with them. They get to work with the Hot Shop team during their residency, which is Gabe, Sayuri, Daria, Ben Cobb, and Sarah Gilbert. And so with that, that comes with a lot of years of experience to be able to apply new technique and patterns and get it right, like to do it right the first time. It takes a lot of work to do things right the first time. But being a glass artist is kind of similar to playing an instrument. So a lot of practice makes, perfect. Yeah. These are ready. So they're on hot plates. They're on kiln shells. It looks like, oh no, they're on wood. It must be transferred. They transfer it off because they've woven it so much that you can move this whole thing and it moves as a unit. Really? Yeah. Because as they put the things properly, they're weaving it through. So it catches at each point, at each low and high point is caught with a ring or glass in the middle. Oh, what's up? We have to slowly roll this pipe, so that's what's making that noise is Gabe's rolling it against the bench. And we're just getting the collar super duper hot. That hot torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees. Yeah, it'll break if it gets too cold. It'll pop. I'm not sure why the torch turns blue, but it's the hottest part of the flame that we can see. Maybe it's a mix of the gases that are inside of the torch. Go ahead. Why do we need the fire? Well, we have to keep the glass hot as it's rotating. That torch is about 5,000 degrees hot. Why don't we have next interesting? Oh my gosh, it's gonna get really cool in a minute. Just give us a second, okay? Just give us a second. It's gonna get really fun, I promise. Yeah, there's fire right now. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes there's fire, but we're ready. We're almost ready. We're ready. Okay, so watch this part. Yeah, it's 90 feet tall. And over to the kiln to pick up that woven fused glass. So he'll rotate slowly. And as he slowly rotates, he'll roll this woven sheet of glass up. So as you can see, the collar is now decorated with all types of pieces of cane that have been woven together. There it goes. So into the glory hole to give it a nice heat. We have to work in and out of the glory hole to keep the glass nice and hot. The design is very fragile, but it's hot enough to be worked and flashed. So we'll use the really big torch to flash the glass, and Ken will try his best to mend the pieces together of the separate walls. So that hot torch is about 5,000 degrees. That small torch that Ken has currently, and he's using a piece of wood. Can we please see some of Ken's finished pieces? So if you take a look up at the big screen, you'll be able to see some of the final work that Ken has made in the past, similar to the roll-up. Some of these pieces have a bubble and some of them do not. No, the blowpipe is a stainless steel rod, and so it doesn't get super hot as they work in and out of the glory hole. If it starts to accumulate heat, then they'll take the blowpipe over to the pipe cooler and cool it down just with water. But feel free to follow Kensuke Takeoka underscore. Feel free to follow him on Instagram. It's at Kensuke Takeoka underscore. Can we please see the kids design glass slide? So for all the kids in the audience, be sure to submit a kids design glass illustration. The illustration, if it's chosen by the Hot Shop team, it'll be created here in the Hot Shop with your family. This program is for all the youth under the age of 12 and below. If you look up on the big screen here, you'll see some of the kids design glass illustrations that have been submitted and created with the Hot Shop team here in the Hot Shop. So be sure to submit your artwork on a kids design glass form. Thanks for hanging out with us in the Hot Shop today. You guys take care. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. If you're just joining us, we have Kensuke Takeoka and Mae Noguchi. They are having a visiting artist residency here for the week. They are from Japan. They got here about 2 weeks ago to prepare the works that we see today. A lot of the work involves slumping and fusing the glass after it's pulled from the cane that you see here. Once it's pulled from the cane, it'll be put into the annealing oven over a kiln shelf. The shelf is built with space in between it. So there's a lot of these little shelves inside of the kiln, and they're spaced out, so then the glass will then slump into the negative area, so there's high and low points created. From there, it'll be woven with straight cane, like reamed through the points. So once it's woven, we'll then heat it up. When it's heated up to a temperature that we're able to roll it up, so this temperature was, we had to wait for the kiln to get up to 1400 degrees before we rolled it up. So that's what happens, and that's how you're able to get what you see here. We've created a collar, and then we've rolled up some of this woven cane. After it was fused up to the proper temperature, we roll it up. And then we'll work in and out of the glory holes. The glory holes are large drum-shaped ovens. We light them up every morning. They get up to about 2,300 degrees. There's only heat inside of the glory hole. There's no glass. All the glass comes from the furnace, which is the large ceramic tank here that's silver, and it has a black door on it. We have to have a door on the furnace because we don't want particles to get into the glass because it's super duper hot, and so it's very sticky. It's like honey. It's like a big old jar of honey. And once again, we have Kensuke and Mae from Japan. They're a part of our visiting artist residency. If you've had a chance to stop by the What Are You Looking At exhibit, that exhibit covers an 18-year relationship between Pilchuck Glass School and Stanwood, Washington, and the Museum of Glass. So all the artists that are visiting artists here have also visited Pilchuck, and everything that they make when they come to the Museum of Glass, they get to take home except for one piece they add to our collection. So one day you'll be able to see a beautiful work from Ken here and Mae. It's not on exhibit yet because they're still making it, so that's the best part. So everything you see that's out has not been annealed, because if it was annealed, that means it would have been brought up to a high temperature and then worked as you see now. But what is here has been woven. So this is after it cools down, after coming out of the oven. Yeah, the kiln there. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name is Emily. I'll try my best to answer all your questions. So as the glass is continually pulled from the furnace, we have to charge the furnace to refill that glass as they continue to take it out. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So Ken is suited up to prepare himself to be able to catch this piece off of the pipe. He has on a Kevlar suit, which will protect him from from getting burned, but he probably can still feel a good amount of the heat because that piece is so hot. It's really important to keep the heat evenly distributed so those torches are just as hot as that glory hole. And so we have to make sure, that's why we continue to flash it with the two fluffy torch. So we have to keep all the heat evenly distributed through the piece until we're able to take it off. A little water. A little water around that piece. And when we knock it off, we'll take it into the oven. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. As you can see, Ben's hand was exposed to all of that heat, and so Mae covered his hands because that's like 2,300 degrees as he's rotating and trying to get the water on there to knock himself off. So super duper hot. Let's give them one more round of applause for all their hard work today.
So I've been working with glass for 26 years, and that was scary. That's it's very cool. Original process by our visiting artist. He was applied for this visiting artist residency. He was supposed to be here 3 years ago, but then COVID happened. So he's been waiting about 3 years, and he's been working on all these patterns here for a couple weeks. So it's really, there's a lot of pressure on us, I think, in heating these and doing it, because he's already has hours and hours and hours in there. So it's in 26 years, I've been scared on that pipe, but that was definitely up there of being like, gets hot really fast, it gets cold really fast. So it's a real delicate balance. So I just want to give props to my man here, Kensuke, and you guys should check him out on Instagram and check out his work. So.
So now we're going to make a basket. So that means we're going to roll up all of the canes that have been woven. And then he just told me that we're going to make a basket. So thank you guys so much for being with us today. Give us a moment as we continue to prepare for the next step in our process. And once again, as you guys know, the Visiting Artist Program is designed for artists from all over the world to come and blow glass here in the Hot Shop. You don't have to just be a glass artist to come and work with us here in the Hot Shop. You can be a painter, a sculptor, a ceramicist, and we encourage everyone to apply that's interested in working with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So as we prepare ourselves for the next piece, I can tell you guys a little bit more about our other programs here at the museum. The other program that we have in regards to coming in the Hot Shop and creating really awesome pieces is known as the Kids Design Glass program. Every fourth Saturday of the month, Kids Design Glass, one youth is chosen after they apply, and their illustrations are chosen by the Hot Shop team, and then one piece is made for them and the other piece is made for our collection. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
For those of you who are just joining us, we have Kensuke Takeoka and Mae Noguchi here with us from Japan. They are the visiting artists for this week. They've been here for about 2 weeks preparing for what you see today. Well, for the week of that while they're here. Today's the first day of their residency. So what we're doing now is we're pulling some cane, and cane derives from a big ball of glass that's been gathered. The furnace is a large ceramic tank, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So all the glass inside of the furnace is clear. The furnace runs 24 hours a week, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we never turn the furnace off. And as you see there at the big screen, Daria is holding open the door. There's a door on the furnace because we don't want any particles to get into that molten hot glass. As we gather, we'll make 2 pieces. We'll put a little disc punty on 1 piece of glass, and then we'll get a nice gather of glass and pull it across these ladders here on the ground. We're just doing a little prep work. So for every piece of cane you see in the hot shop today, this is how it's made. We will be picking up a basket next. We've created a really pretty woven shape that was rolled into a sort of hollow-like tube. So now we'll make a basket. So as he combines that initial gather with a post, a little small cookie of glass, then he'll slowly walk backwards and stretch out the glass. And as it chills, then he won't be able to stretch anymore. The faster he goes, the thinner it'll be. The goal is to, oh, cool. We wrapped it around so we could have double layer. The thinner, the better. So he's been able to wrap himself around this wooden pole to get. So we have to chill for a moment before we lay it down, and then we'll break ourselves off.